Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Chaka, boom, chaka. Morning, Paul, EB, Baby Jules. Paula, on to the draft. Look at Canada Relief saying hi to Drake. Well, Lee's bet one. It was a beatdown. Oh, Adam, glad your wife won some money. Yep, geezer. Seattle, Denver, right? I mean, Carolina, Denver was it was a one-score game late, but I mean, last time we had a beatdown was what? Denver, Seattle. He did, EB. He did. Might as well have been the end of the game. Morning, Jay Handel.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Monday after the beatdown. I mean the Super Bowl. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Curious how late many of you stayed with the game. Morning, Mark.
Good morning, David. It's over.
Did you stay to the end?
Oh, I stayed till the end. I didn't watch a second of postgame. I know you love postgame. I can imagine you didn't watch much postgame last night.
No, but I stayed for immediately, Rinaldi with the Eagles head coach and EA with Jalen Hurts. I stayed for that. But then, once they threw it to break, it was like, yeah, okay, I'm good. Pretty sure I know what happened. Pretty sure I know that one side's really happy and, well, one side got their butt kicked. So, all right.
I finished alone. My mother left at halftime. The daughter went to bed after the halftime entertainment, and the wife went to bed end of the third quarter.
What did the daughter think of Kendrick Lamar?
She was disappointed that Taylor Swift didn't sing with him. That's all she was staying for.
Okay. I have to admit, I was disappointed. I know it was a big ask. I mean, you go there to be a fan and then, shoot down to the field and, do a little 60 to 90-second cameo and then shoot back up. I mean, I understand. Let her enjoy the day.
I mean, she spent enough on the suite, and her team was getting blown out. Can't make her work, too.
Right. I mean, I thought maybe late first half she would have sent word down saying, hey, I'm available if you need me.
Right.
Might as well get something out of it today because it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I think that first half was the greatest defensive half of football that's ever been played in that game.
You might be right. With the way the game's changed and the rules now are so aligned with good offense to do what they did in the first half to Kansas City. I thought one of the best tweets we got is that Kendrick Lamar and four of his dancers were much closer to the red zone than Kansas City was.
Hello. Boy, we can line the jokes up today, can't we? Man, oh, man. So, first play of the game for the Chiefs, they get a first down. They don't get another one of those for nearly 2 hours. 20 plays, 23 yards. Gave up 3 sacks, 2 turnovers. One of which was a direct score. The other of which set them up at the 14-yard line. Might as well have been a direct score. 1 first down allowed, no points. I honestly believe it was the greatest half of defense that's ever been played in that game. Never mind the fact of who they did it to.
And they never blitzed.
Not
once.
Nope. There was a play mid-fourth quarter where the linebacker came, but the defensive end dropped back into coverage. They never rushed more than 4 guys on a play. Apparently,
they just ate up the Kansas City offensive line. That front four did a job yesterday.
And you know me, I always think back to certain things. It reminded me so much, Mark, of the Tampa Bay Bucks' first Super Bowl win against the Raiders. Raiders came in with Rich Gannon as league MVP and a high-scoring team, and the Bucks front four and their two defensive ends, Greg Spires and Simeon Rice, absolutely destroyed the Raiders. Destroyed them. It was 48-10 mid-fourth quarter. Destroyed them. And then the Bucks gave up 2 touchdowns at the end so that the Raiders hung 24 on the board. And the same thing happened here. It was 40-6 with under 4 minutes to go in the game. It was 34-0 before they crossed midfield. Hell, they started the drives on the 30 oftentimes because of the touchbacks. Late third quarter, they crossed midfield after it was 34-0. Holy smackers. I thought we might get a shutout. I'm like, well, I ain't never had one of those. I'm in. Let's go. Wow.
Haven't seen it once. Well, you love this stuff. When's the last time we've seen a game that one-sided?
In the Super Bowl, the Seattle-Denver game, very similar to Peyton and the high-flying Denver offense and what have you, and the Legion of Boom destroyed them from the first snap of the game. And what was that? Super Bowl? Was that Fitty? I know it was the one in Jersey. No, it couldn't have been. This was 59. This was the 24 season. That was the 2013 season, I think. So that had to be like 48 or something like that. But
yeah. Mm-hmm. Now what? Now what do we talk about?
Well, it's like 195 days, I think, till week 0 of the college football season.
Okay.
It's like 207, I think, away from the first Thursday night opener. Goodness knows where it'll be. I mean, I'd like to think it'll be in Philly, but who knows? Could be Brazil, Ireland, for all we know. I'd like to think it'd be Philadelphia. So there you have it. Hey, they promoted the UFL last night twice.
Yes, they did. The UFL, the promos themselves were the highlights to me. The fact that they went NASCAR hard. They've got Daytona. I get it. They went Indy.
Wow. The promos they put together for the IndyCar series, I thought were amazing.
I just wondered why they were on my television.
Come on now. They promoted all those shows that are coming up this week. I mean, they promoted the Fox News. They promote what they own.
I understand. I just was a little shocked when I saw Indy racing on there.
You and I
because there was a point at which you had to find something else to keep your eyes on during the game because this just in, that Super Bowl sucked. It was great if you were an Eagles fan. If you had no doubt, if it sucked if you were a KC fan, but if you were just there to watch, that wasn't that exciting. That was a beatdown, kids.
And I am not saying this because you know me. And I said it all week. I just felt that, most of us were neutral on this game. We weren't really into it. We've seen it before. We're tired of the Chiefs. Nobody likes the Eagles outside of Philly, blah, 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 whatever. But I said, you find yourself at some point in a game that you're neutral, I don't give a damn about, and something happens and you find yourself rooting ever so slightly for one team over the other. And I will say, you got to remember, I'm a Giants fan. But, Mark, the Eagles' defense had a series late in the first half in which they hit Mahomes on all three passes. It was sack, hit him incomplete. And I literally got off my couch and yelled, "That's how you play football!"
David, I've told this story before. I got a great email a while back, or a text a while back. I've been going to the same church for a long time. Father Hugh was our pastor. Father Hugh passed recently. Father Hugh, the last time the Eagles won a Super Bowl, mentioned the Eagles 5 times in the homily alone. He was a diehard Eagles fan. And I got an email from a new sponsor who will be on next week. And Father Hugh married this guy many years ago, baptized his son. And he said when he told his son about Father Hugh's passing this months ago, his son said, "Bet on the Eagles this week and bet on the Eagles to win the Super Bowl." And he sent me the email Sunday morning. And, a lot of this stuff I don't believe in, but there was part of me going, if Father Hugh has his way, the Eagles are winning today. And Jim was the one that sent me the email, and his kid was right many months ago. There are signs out there. Whether we choose to follow them or not is up to us.
It is funny you say that because my grandfather passed in 2007. And I remember 10 months later, there was an 18-0 team playing our favorite team. I remember that morning getting up, looking into the sky going, "So what do you think? Huh?" And literally just had the feeling all day, they're going to win. Couldn't explain it. Didn't have the feeling all week. Had it that morning. They're going to win.
So congratulations to the Eagles.
Whew! Man!
Congratulations to the gentleman that texted me last week that told Miller and Moulton they didn't know what they were talking about. The Eagles were going to beat them down.
I picked the Eagles, sir. I picked the Eagles.
You did. He picked a beatdown, though.
Yes. He and Andrew Brandt. Did you see the post that Andrew Brandt sent out early afternoon? Said Mahomes is going to have the worst game of his life. The Eagles defense is going to pound him. He picked like 31-16. Now, he is an Eagles fan. He's living in Philly, but still, I mean, that's pretty dramatic. It's pretty bold.
Yes, it is when Vegas tells you it's a 1.5 point game.
Right. Miller and Moulton got the reaction to the beatdown, got the reaction to halftime, the commercials, Brady. Hey, we got a lot to talk about. Never mind the fact there was pretty big NFL news that was made that had nothing to do with New Orleans yesterday. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's funny, Paula. I didn't feel that way about the Eagles' ends. I just felt that the Eagles' ends just played twice his size, but I thought the Eagles' ends were speed guys that just got their hands underneath the shoulder pads and just pushed the tackles back and then said to Mahomes, okay, now what are you going to do? So the anthem was under by a second. Yes, Lee Sterling over on Devontae Smith yards, although not over on targets and catches because they got up too big too early. But, Lee's pick was a teaser. TZ over, under, down, go over. TZ Eagles up. DC, I think you. How about it's on? We'll talk about this next. I thought that the MVP had to go to an Eagles defensive lineman. And maybe this is my bias, but that was the game. The game was they couldn't block him. I thought Josh Sweat. I would have voted Josh Sweat MVP.
And I'd have had no problem with that.
2.5 sacks, 6 tackles. To me, somebody on the Eagles defense had to be MVP. I mean, that was the game. I mean, when it was 34-0, the Eagles defense had a pick 6. They had an interception on the 14, and they had stopped the Chiefs on 4th and short near midfield, and then they throw the bomb on the next play. Official time on anthem was either 1:59 or 2 minutes. And the lowest anthem over-under that we saw was 2 minutes and a half a second. but most of them were between 201 and 205. Yep. Fam, we hear you. Johnny Mac, I hope she had a good night.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Congratulations to the Eagles, baby. Woo! How about their last two games? What's that, like 95 to 46? Something like that?
That's how the Saints started the year, David, if we can think all the way back.
Well, wow, that is true. Dadgum good point. They're all unemployed now.
Right.
Oh,
See, it helps when you do it for the last two games, not the first two games.
right. Timing.
Right.
Timing. I was a little bothered that an Eagles defensive player didn't win MVP. And maybe this is my bias. You know, I really love good defense, but come on, what was the game?
The game was what the defensive line did throughout the game, particularly in the first half and the third quarter. But that their dominance up front was the game.
It was the game. It was the game. To me, like when you see it historically, they list Super Bowl 59, Philadelphia 40, Kansas City 22, Super Bowl MVP. Well, to me, the MVP's got to tell some of the story of the game. Well, the story of the game, I'm not saying Jalen Hurts didn't play well. He played really well. The wide receivers played well. Hell, it's tough to find somebody on Philly who didn't play well. But I don't know, Mark. I would have looked at this. If I had an MVP vote mid-fourth quarter, and that's when they started asking everybody to send in their votes, and then they add them up. Don't you at that? It's 40-6 mid-fourth quarter. I don't know if Mahomes has 100 yards passing at that point in time. I mean, I think they have 4 first downs for the game mid-fourth quarter. I mean, don't you just look down and pick somebody on that side of the ball and say, I'm going to vote for him? I would have voted Josh Sweat, 2.5 sacks.
I'd have had no problem with that whatsoever. Had a bunch of tackles, was in the backfield all day long.
Yeah, just pick somebody. You know, I mean, didn't the last beatdown we had in the Super Bowl was Seattle over Denver. Didn't a Seahawk get MVP that day? Didn't they give it to a linebacker? I thought they did.
I think you're right, David, but
even though the offense, technically, they have 40-something points on the board and the whole deal, come on. The story of the game was the fact that the Seattle defense mauled them. So they gave the MVP to a defensive player. I mean, I wouldn't have had a problem. I know he only had 3 tackles. I wouldn't have had a problem if they gave it to Cooper DeJean. I mean, that pick 6, game was over. I mean, game was over after the pick 6. I made it, 17-0? I mean, game was over. It really was.
even at 17-0, I didn't think it was over, because if they get one before the half, they're getting the ball. It can still be in the game.
But that's my only thing. All right. Being told Malcolm Smith, the linebacker from the Seahawks, won MVP in that Super Bowl. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Hell, I'd give it to Vic Fangio. That'd be something.
If they could.
Right.
What a job he did.
Boy, I was really worried about how they were going to cover the tight end.
Who?
Exactly. He's really good too. I mean, like historically great. Right. Oh man. Mark, sometimes it's a real simple game. Like there's someone in our Twitch chat room going on and on about Mahomes. I don't know what to tell you. They couldn't block him. Oh, what do you think? They couldn't block him. I mean, game was real simple after that. Real simple. I mean, even Vic thought he was going to have to blitz more than he normally does. He starts watching the game unfold. He's like, "Oh hell, I don't do anything. We're killing them.
They can't block us. Period.
Right.
Rushed with 4. Sacked Mahomes 6 times.
Hit him.
1 pick 6.
Right.
1 pick off inside the 20. Got hit a bunch of other times. Oh, yeah, when they tried to run, they couldn't do that at all.
I know most of you hated it, but man, I love seeing a defensive line go to work. I really do. And not only that, the Eagles defensive linemen, they were looking at the Chiefs offensive linemen and they were just reminding them all day, we're going to do this all day. Just so it's not going to get better for you. Okay, you same 5 guys got to stay out here. We got like 7 we're rotating all day.
Right now that we've got a lead and you really can't run, this is all we're doing.
Yeah, all
we're coming,
day.
And we're going to keep coming.
Yeah. And it was such a simple rush, too. It really was. They said to the 2 big guys in the middle, do what you got to do. Try to keep your lanes. The ends just push the tackles back into Mahomes. That's all. They didn't try any speed rushes around him. They just got under their shoulder. They just pushed him back into Mahomes and then said, okay, to 15, what are you going to do?
Because when you speed rush around him, he escapes through the lanes and makes things happen. They just closed the pocket right on top of him, gave him nowhere to go, nowhere to breathe, nowhere to move the entire night.
Brady said it pretty late in the broadcast, but it was similar to Tampa and Kansas City. The 2 Super Bowls the Chiefs have lost here during this stretch have been very similar games, have been front 4s dominating their offensive line.
Particularly the tackles.
Yep. Whooped them. It was a butt whooping. A butt whooping, a beat down. What do you want to, a rout? Some of you are saying, yeah, I got a word for it. Boring. Okay. All right. I hear you. I know. Last game of the year, you wanted more.
Not used to these things being that one-sided.
It is funny how the 2 football seasons went. So, Ryan Day had to be fired after the Michigan game, and the Eagles were 2-2, and there were headlines going, we should have fired this guy during the offseason. Can we do it during the bye? Is it too late to get Belichick in here?
Well, and the other side of it is that Fangio's defense takes a little while for guys to learn. And the Eagles' defense all year long kept getting better and better.
Best roster in the League One, didn't it?
Yep. Absolutely.
We can talk about coaching and quarterbacks and what have you, but the best roster in the League One, didn't it?
And where does it then put this quarterback in perspective with the rest of the year? He's a Super Bowl winner now.
Oh, so now all of a sudden him making $51 million is not a problem. Is that what you're saying?
Just asking the question, David. Just asking the question.
Now all of a sudden what he's making, people get, I don't even know how much he makes. Does he make a lot of money? Well, I hope he got paid. Oh, he's getting paid. Yeah, and he's young. He's yours. What's that song? 16, beautiful, and mine. And you might as well say, Jalen Hurts, 27, beautiful, and ours.
Yeah, stay away from the 16, will you?
Well, I understand. It was just a lyric.
I know.
Probably.
Pop song. Probably was number 1 in the country.
I'm sure it was. Didn't hear it yesterday at the half, though.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, fam, that'll become your lucky jersey, right? Well, but then they got another one, EB Hill, so. But, yep. But that factors into it. I was just wondering what fans of the Bills were thinking watching this going, why couldn't we do this?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Mike Missanelli, big part of the Philly sports radio scene. The Miss will join us in a little more than an hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We can go a lot of different places for a poll question, Mark. A lot of different places. You know,
May have to have multiple to start the week off, David.
I mean, we've had our first RIP Chiefs. That's it. They're done as an elite team. Someone in the AFC is going to pass them and move on. No, we could ask that. You know,
We had that long run there where teams that lost the Super Bowl didn't even make the playoffs the next year.
right? So, you know, we could go that route. We could ask people, you know.
How many words did they understand during the halftime performance?
Wow. I sense you felt old at halftime.
I liked the show. I needed closed captioning. Kendrick Lamar goes too fast for my old ears.
Gotcha. And I have to admit, I had the closed captioning, and I needed it.
I thought the show itself was very good. I just don't. I ain't that quick, man. My ears ain't that quick.
So, you know, we can go that route. You know, halftime commercials. You know, I only liked one commercial. I mean, like, genuinely, I'm torn on another one, but I only really liked one commercial. Well, two. One.
I like several commercials.
Really?
I mean,
Okay.
you know, I mean,
But I found myself watching the commercial going, wow, you guys are not doing it for me this year. So we'll get into that.
I like the little Caesar's eyebrows.
Okay. I
I
was
thought
amused.
that was funny.
I was amused. Bacon. Okay. Right. Okay. Maybe 3 then commercials for me. Maybe you'll convince me. You'll start every segment. You'll mention a commercial and I'll go, oh, okay. That one was, yeah, all right. That was above the bell curve there. All right. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, number one's the NFL. The Eagles annihilated the Chiefs by a far bigger margin than the 40-22 final score. It was 24-0 at the half, in which the Eagles had more points than the Chiefs had yards. It was 34-0 before the Chiefs crossed midfield. It was 40-6 with 4 minutes to go in the game. Jalen Hurts, given the MVP, he was terrific. 221 yards passing and 2 touchdowns, 72 yards rushing and a touchdown. But the defense was the story. I mean, 6 sacks. They hit Mahomes 13 times. They forced 3 turnovers. I mean, they were the story. I would have preferred a defensive player winning MVP, but they gave it to Hurts. And hats off to the Eagles. Lost 1 game after a 2-2 start, and that was Jaden Daniels and the Commanders in the game that Hurts got hurt in the second quarter and did not return. There was news yesterday made in the NFL, Mark. Jay Glazer breaking the story that the Jets told Aaron Rodgers, we're done with you. Appreciate what you gave us, but new regime, and we're moving on. Apparently, Rodgers flew to Jersey to meet with the Jets, and the Jets gave him the news face-to-face. Now the question becomes, Mark, does Aaron Rodgers have a home in 2025 that isn't his couch? Will anybody want Aaron Rodgers? We can talk about it coming up. Think about it. If you were such and such a team, would you sign Rodgers? Deebo Samuel given permission by the Niners. He asked to be traded. He's asked before. The Niners have said no. This time, entering the final year of a contract, the Niners said, knock yourself out, big fella. Contractually, Deebo's a problem for the Niners. Mark, if they trade him before June 1st, he's going to count $31.5 million against their cap. If they don't do something with him before March 22nd, they owe him a $15.4 million bonus. Now, what they can do, which I know they say they don't want to, but do you just cut him and designate him a June 1st cut and take a $10.7 million cap hit for each of the next 2 years? You get nothing for him, but you also don't take a $31.5 million cap hit this year. Just curious. NBA, Hubie Brown's last broadcast at 91. He was in Milwaukee where his NBA career started. He was an assistant for 2 years in Milwaukee in the early 70s under Larry Costello. Milwaukee, without Giannis, beat the Sixers 135-127. Damian Lillard with 43 in the win. Giannis out till after the All-Star break. Embiid is playing. He's played 3 games in the last week or so. But after the game, he told Lisa Salters, I'm probably going to have left knee surgery and be out for a long time after I have it, unlike last year when I had it in February and was back by April and then played the Olympics. He said that was a mistake. He said the thing's never healed. Anthony Davis, by the way, played 31 minutes in his Mavs debut. He was dominant. In 31 minutes, he had 26 points, 16 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 blocks.
Where did he go after the 31 minutes?
Well, he went to the locker room with a strained left abductor, and he's going to miss a month. Meanwhile, Luka's going to come back for the Lakers early this week. Our system went 6-3 on Saturday. Some of you got burned and went 5-4 with the system. The Hoosiers, when you woke up Saturday, were getting 2.5 against Michigan. Within an hour at tip-off, they were getting 3.5. That's an important distinction because they hit a 40-footer at the buzzer to lose by 3. But we go with what the spreads are at tip because our philosophy is we're taking the points. So our system went 6-3 on Saturday. And I think there's going to be 4 system plays tomorrow. Yesterday, 17th ranked Memphis and 18th ranked Maryland both won at home. Saturday, however, Gators went to Auburn and beat the number 1 team in the country.
Whooped them. Whooped them.
They did.
They whooped them.
They did.
From start to finish. What a performance by the Gators.
Probably not going to be the number 1 team in the country, but Mark, because number 2 Duke lost at Clemson, I think the top 4 teams in the country, when the polls come out later today, are all going to be from the SEC. I think it's going to be Bama 1, Auburn 2, and then you decide between Tennessee and Florida who's 3, who's 4, and I think Duke will be 5. Might even be Houston 5, for all I know. But number 1 Auburn, number 2 Duke, number 11 Marquette, number 13 Texas Tech, and number 16 Kansas all lost on Saturday. 4 of those 5 to unranked teams. Big news in college hoops yesterday was on the women's side. It had been a while since anybody in the SEC had beaten South Carolina. Turns out it took a newcomer, Texas. The Longhorns, ranked 4th in the country, beat South Carolina 66-62, snapping the Gamecocks' 57-game SEC winning streak. The UCLA women remain unbeaten. They won at Oregon by 10. They're number 1 in the country at 23-0. Mark, the NHL has reached their All-Star break, this year known as the Four Nations Cup break. What's hysterical is that for most of the year, the Washington Capitals have had the best record in the Eastern Conference. They don't have a single player playing in the Four Nations Cup. So the other teams that are trying to chase them down, they're going to have their best players getting banged up for 2 weeks in this tournament. And the Caps, well, they're going drinking. They're going to Cabo. For the record, the Panthers are in first, 3 points ahead of Toronto. Washington's in first by 10 points ahead of Carolina. Mark, if the playoffs were to start after the Four Nations Cup, Florida would face Ottawa in the first round, Tampa would face Toronto, and your Wings would have the final playoff spot in the East and would play the Caps. Over in the West, by the way, Winnipeg ahead of Dallas and Minnesota. Edmonton and Vegas are tied, but Edmonton's played 1 less game. And that's kind of important because right now the winner of that division's getting Colorado in the first round. I don't know. I think I'd rather finish second and open up with the LA Kings, to be honest with you. But that's if the old playoffs started today. Lightning head into the break on a 4-game winning streak. They beat Montreal yesterday 5-3. And the hockey club's only 4 points out of a playoff spot. They beat the Caps in a shootout 5-4. Pitchers and catchers are reporting to a few places in Arizona and Florida today, including the Cubs and Mesa. Wade Boggs, 66 years old, announced over the weekend he's cancer-free. 5 months ago, he had let us know he had prostate cancer. Boggs pretty emotional with the news, as you could understand. Kiki Hernandez. They call him Enrique, Mark, but, those of us, we call him Kiki.
Okay.
He signed with the Dodgers for the 4th time. They've traded for him twice. He signed with them as a free agent twice. This will be his 4th stint with the Dodgers. He's 33 years old. Golf, Waste Management Phoenix Open.
Was that ever boring?
First ever winner on the PGA Tour from Belgium, Thomas Detry. Nearly went wire to wire. Certainly did over the weekend. He was brilliant yesterday. Birdied his last 4 holes, shot a 665 to win by 7. Got to admit, that's tough to do on the PGA Tour, win by 7. LIV, by the way, Adrian Moronk from Poland with a 2-shot win over John Rahm and Sebastian Munoz. He went wire to wire. It's easier to do on the LIV Tour. They only play 54 holes. And first ever win for American Yelani No, a 23-year-old who won the Founders Cup on the LPGA Tour by 4. Nelly Corda with another top 10 to start the year. And at 9 minutes before the hour mark, I may have missed something, but that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and Adrian Moronk that you needed to know about here on Miller and Moulton.
Well done. Well done. We've got to get to a poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Like you said, a lot of different directions we could go in.
Yep. Are the Chiefs done? Worst part of the game for you? Okay, was it the game? Was it the announcers? Was it the halftime? Was it the commercials? Best part of the game for you. We can go either way. Hell, we could go like the Mike Bianchi show out of Orlando. We could have 6 poll questions today.
We could. We'll decide during the break on what we put up for a poll question.
And by that means Mark, because he has to do all the work.
Oh, I don't mind putting multiple poll questions up.
Okay.
I mean, we could go Meg Ryan with this and have multiple poll questions.
Ooh. I'll have what she's having.
Exactly.
We could go with who should have won MVP. Jalen Hurts, somebody on defense. Vic Fangio. I mean, we could have a lot of fun with this. So, there you go. Heck, we could actually find 4 commercials that people liked and ask you which one you like the best.
Wow.
Just saying.
We're here working for you today.
Yes. We are over-analyzing a 3-car funeral today is what we're doing. We are. Because we don't have another football game for 200 days. That's why. We're going to ask you poll questions coming up that are going to get 34 votes. Figure we might as well put a few up that are going to get 134. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think the media is lazy, and I think it was difficult for the media to figure out which defensive player to give it to. And so it was easy for them to look at the stat sheet mid-fourth quarter and go, we'll just give it to the quarterback. How do you figure that, Kenner Relief? He's 2-0 against him in the playoffs because he beat him in an AFC title game. Well, ambient, they don't release the college basketball lines till the day of the game. So well, I'll say this, Salami. He had a bad game to work with. Do they Irish football, or do they just need to get 2 tackles? Yes, by a second.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Super Bowl Monday. Throughout the football season, it's been Overreaction Monday. What would the overreaction be today, Mark, after Philadelphia's beatdown of the Chiefs? Is the overreaction, that's it? Chiefs run is over.
That is the overreaction. We have seen how to beat the Chiefs. It has been given to us. It's documented. We now know how to do it, David.
Once every 3 years. What are you talking about? I mean, seriously. I mean, that could be the poll question. Is the Chiefs run over? And by over, we don't mean, at least I don't, in theoretically asking that question. Like, to me, the Patriots went 10 years in between Super Bowl wins, from Super Bowl win number 3 to Super Bowl win number 4. Yeah, the Patriots were far from done. The Patriots and the Colts and the Steelers were the ones knocking on the AFC door every year to get to the big game. I mean, the Patriots weren't done. Hell, during those 10 years, they went to 2 Super Bowls and lost. And went to like 3, 4 other AFC championship games. They were far from done. Done is when the run's over. And now you're going to fade into, not necessarily oblivion, but,
Done's the question we ask right now of the San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
They missed the playoffs.
Correct.
Is that run of excellent football done?
So that could be a possible poll question. Swamp Buggy Race's poll question today. So Mahomes, by the way, that was his last game in his 20s. He turns 30, I believe, over the summer. Which the similarities between him and Brady are pretty remarkable. I mean, Brady had his 3 wins in his 30s. And then it was like, well, I don't know how many more he'll get. Well, the answer will be 4.
This texter says they're done, and Mahomes is done.
Mahomes is done.
Yep. Been saying this for a while, he starts out with. I love texts like that. I've been saying this for a while.
You didn't say it 2 weeks ago, buddy.
You didn't say it to us ever. I see all your texts, but that's okay. Mahomes is like Tiger. Came out blazing. He's great. Will crush the majors record. It wasn't a matter of if, but when. And all these years later, he never did it. Brady and his 7 will never be beaten. I don't ever recall the time that shows, I know this one never has, started talking about Mahomes being able to surpass Brady's record of 7.
I will say, I think it's happened twice. First, Tony Romo decided, because CBS had the Bucs Chiefs Super Bowl, Romo decided that was his theme of the broadcast. Mahomes needs to beat Brady in this Super Bowl head-to-head if A, he's ever going to catch him, and at the time Brady had 6, and B, to be recognized as the GOAT. Because Romo had already put Mahomes, ascending into that stratosphere. And he had won. So that was Tony Romo's storyline for the Bucs Chiefs Super Bowl. And then, Mark, I will say, in the week or so leading up to this game, people were like, well, if he gets 4 before 30, no one's done that. And, can he actually get to 7? And would he therefore, especially if he gets to 4, that means he will have successfully completed a three-peat, which no one else has done. And do we actually have to have the conversation in future years about whether he is the GOAT? So they were starting to, as part of the hype in this last 7 days, starting to go there if he and they had won. I'm pretty sure we can put that to the side now for, well, at least a year.
So, I mean, I can do multiple poll questions today. Is the Chiefs run over? Is that just a yes or no question?
It is. We may have to define what the run is.
Right. That's my problem with that question, because it leads to a lot of different answers in people's heads.
Top AFC contender. I mean, like, for example, don't you consider the Bills a championship contender? Don't you consider the Ravens a championship contender? I mean, the Ravens haven't made a Super Bowl in 12 years. Bills haven't made one in 30. But, I mean, we have to consider them top AFC contenders, don't we?
Right.
Like, to me, like you said, the Niners question is fair. They just missed the playoffs. The Bengals have now missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. Never mind the fact that their, quote, run is 4 years. Is the Bengals run over? Which really then made it a 2-year run. Boom.
Was it more of a jog?
Right. A sprint, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. A sprint. It wasn't really a run. It was a sprint. And it was more
Right.
like the 100 than the 200.
But, yeah, I mean, that's a road we can go down.
I am curious from a poll question standpoint of what people thought of halftime, especially in the markets that our show airs.
Come on. We have an older white audience. You're asking for a poll question for a response as to how they like the Kendrick Lamar halftime with Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam. Right?
Right.
Okay, that's what you want to ask.
One of the questions I'd like to ask.
Okay. Now, I will say, people under the age of 35 raving about it. And if you follow the whole Kendrick Drake thing, they absolutely loved it.
Serena was out there.
She was.
Dated Drake out
Correct.
for Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance.
Correct.
That's fun.
Yeah. I mean, that's taken a feud to the next level. I think also one of the other female performers dated Drake, too. Don't quote me on that. You know how up to date I am.
I know.
On current music. Right. But now I have to admit, I am not super familiar with Kendrick Lamar's,
catalog.
Right. Like, was it 2 or 3 years ago when they had Dr. Dre and Snoop and Eminem and what have you, and everybody who was up there, I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know that. That was old. That was old hip-hop.
Right.
Back from your day.
Right. That was right.
When you were styling and profiling.
Yeah. When I was strutting. But, I needed I'm not going to lie. I needed the closed captioning at halftime last night. I did. I put it on. All right. I'm going to embarrass my wife a little bit. She doesn't listen to the show, so I think I can get away with this. So midway through his performance, my wife's in her bedroom, which is about as far away from the living room as it can be in our condo. It's down the hallway. I don't know, 20 yards, 15 yards down the hallway, 20 yards. And all of a sudden I hear a voice. I haven't heard a voice the whole game. And I hear a voice midway through Kendrick Lamar's performance. Hey! Got my attention. Oh. I don't want to say I'm old. Well, what am I going to say to that? You know, does my butt look fat in these jeans? I mean, I can't comment on this. All right. And I was going to jump in with, you're not old, honey. But I'm like, she's on a roll. Let her go. I don't want to say I'm old, but I'm worried about the knees and the back of the dancers who are performing with them.
You're old.
You're old. Nope. You're old.
You're old.
Nope. That's my quote, old lady, unquote.
Got that right
there. Yep. And I yelled back, I think they'll be okay, honey.
Yep.
We were young once too.
That's terrific.
Yep.
That was the first time you heard from her during the game.
It was the only time I heard from her the whole game. The whole game. She had it on, which is amazing to me because, she doesn't really like it, although she does love halftime of the Super Bowl.
We could not get the daughter to watch. She had no interest at all. And when she came down and saw the score as lopsided as it was, she had even less interest. So 3 of the 4 that were at our house watched the game. I'm worried about my parenting skills that my daughter wouldn't watch the Super Bowl with me.
I agree. You've got some work to do, and and you're doing a great job. A great job. There are things that you've accomplished in her first 10 years. Outstanding job of parenting, Mark Miller. This is why you're only getting a B+/A-.
I'm with you, and I understand it. And I don't know what I can do.
Well, and not only that, you had Travis Kelce start, sleeping with Taylor Swift, and he and she were both at the game, and she still wasn't interested. That's, oof. I don't know what you do in the future, Mark. I don't know.
But we will get some poll questions up here. I feel it's a day for multiple poll questions.
Good.
Don't want to miss out on anything. Don't want to feel like that you're missing out on voting on something you should be voting on. So during the break, we'll get our Swamp Buggy Races poll questions up. We'll talk some commercials on the other side, what David liked, what David didn't like.
Well, I think I'm up to 4 commercials that I liked. I think.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. Is the Chiefs run over, in parentheses, they are done being a contender in the AFC?
Or do you want to say done going to Super Bowls? How would you rather? However you want. I like that question.
Did you need closed captioning to understand the halftime performance? Is Travis and Taylor's relationship done because she doesn't date losers?
Nice. I was not on Kanye or come on now, Baxberg. Yay. I was not a follower of Yay. Yes, it was Hellman's.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Mike Missanelli from the Fanatic in Philly. I don't know. I think sports talk radio is going to be pretty easy to do in that city for the next few weeks. I mean, when do you think you have to change the subject? I mean,
David, think about it. You've got the Sixers, who are just a train wreck.
They are.
The Flyers, who are worse.
Well,
outside of pitchers and catchers reporting.
Well, there you go, though. There you go, though. That's the next subject. It's just a matter of, do you think they'll get to Clearwater in February? Or do you think they'll just spend the rest of the month on the Eagles and then sometime before March Madness go, hey, have the Phillies pitchers and catchers reported? Yeah, they've actually started playing games. What? Really? Huh. Well, where are you going with your Swamp Buggy Races poll questions? You were working during the break there. What were you working on?
Well, we have one question up, David.
Okay.
Is the Chiefs run over? Which means they are done going to Super Bowls.
Ooh.
I say no. I think that they'll be just fine.
Okay, so next 2 years, you think they go to one of the next two?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Just, wetting the finger, throwing it out there, just seeing where your tea leaves are this morning. So you think the Chiefs will just regroup and they'll be fine?
I think that they'll be fine. They need to fix some things on the offensive line.
A couple tackles would be nice.
That would help. That would help. Obviously you don't know if Kelsey's going to play.
Right. Probably not much longer. And he's slowed down. There's no doubt. He's a possession receiver now for the most part, unless you don't want to cover him, which was, the tack the Houston Texans took.
But they're going to need help at skilled. That offense needs help.
Yeah, it does.
They struggled scoring most of the year.
Yeah. I mean, right now you look at their offensive skill players and you think, well, if we can ever get Pacheco healthy again, but Xavier Worthy. I mean, you
Rasheed Rice, when he's back, that's a receiver that should be there for him. But yeah.
Okay. So you think they got two wide receivers and one half of a running back combo.
Right.
Okay. But they got number 15, who's, he's going to be old next year. He's going to be 30. Right. Okay. So that's one poll question. Here's what I've come up with. I started the show thinking there was only two good commercials.
Okay.
I think I've got 7 potential commercials for a commercial poll question. And you tell me if you like any of these. The Matt Damon, David Beckham, Stella ad.
That was a good ad.
I really like that ad. I like Matt Damon. I like his best friend. So I enjoy Ben Affleck being a fool in the Dunkin' ads. Okay, with a cameo by Bill Belichick. And his girlfriend who did.
And his girlfriend.
Right. So, okay, I'll throw the Dunkin' ad out there. Now, can I ask you
I didn't like the Dunkin' ad. I didn't find the Dunkin' ad funny. I don't think Ben Affleck's character, and I don't have a problem with Ben Affleck, but I think the character that he plays on that is so bosh and over the top, it does nothing for me.
And that's fair. And so that's why that's one of those. I'll kind of leave that to the text line 21,000, the Twitch chat room, as to whether that ad would even be included in the best commercials of the Super Bowl survey. Let me ask you this question. You mentioned the eyebrow ad.
For Little Caesars.
See, I was going to ask you, did you remember what pizza they were selling?
Well, they weren't selling pizza.
Well,
They were selling the
the
crazy
bites
pups
there.
or whatever
Right,
they
right.
are.
Well, I just didn't know if you
Well,
remember.
don't try to challenge me on a food commercial.
Well, I was challenging you, but I was right in your wheelhouse. A, it was a food commercial, and B, it's Little Caesars based out of Michigan. The guy who owned them owned your baseball team.
And hockey team.
Right. I just didn't know. I mean, like a lot of us go, hey, I like that ad. It was a pizza ad. What pizza? I don't remember. But you're right. It was Little Caesars. The Billy Crystal, Meg Ryan Hellman's ad has to make the survey, right?
Cute.
Yeah.
It was cute.
Right. All right. Does seal being a seal selling Mountain Dew make the survey?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And he was in the boat as himself at the end.
Right.
He played multiple characters in the same ad.
Well, he was the star of the ad. Yes. Right. Seal as a seal.
Right.
And then finishing up as seal. But as someone pointed out in our Twitch chat room, some may find it creepy. Too weird. All right. I like Matthew McConaughey. So I give him, a little more leeway with some of the goofy stuff that he does than somebody who doesn't like him. But I'm curious, did you like the Matthew McConaughey Uber Eats ads?
No, I don't like him at all. I don't find that. And I like Matthew McConaughey. You know I do.
I know.
No.
Okay. So you didn't like him sitting in the rain outside.
I've seen that a million times,
Right.
whatever.
Okay. Him and the Woody Harrelson, and, he was going the wrong way. And then, okay. All right, fine. Now, I know people have soured on this company and this brand for political reasons. I get it. And they tried a couple different ads in the Super Bowl. The one I liked the Bud Light cul-de-sac ad.
I did too.
I didn't necessarily enjoy the other Bud Light. I enjoyed the Bud Light cul-de-sac ad.
My mother loved the Coors Light sloth commercial. Literally laughed out loud. Thought it was hysterical. Laughed all the way through the commercial. That was her winner. My mom likes sloths, hence the speed of her son.
Okay. And we've got a few people agreeing with your mom already in the Twitch chat room. So that's all I have, though.
The Doritos ad with the alien was cute.
I guess.
I thought the WeatherTech ad with the four old ladies driving the car, and they had WeatherTech. But I thought that was a good ad.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't
mind.
mind
The commercial with the tongue, and I don't know what it was for, was stupid and creepy.
So what was the ad? The guy's driving on a highway, in an old car, listening to, just some relaxing music and.
Oh, the Fast and Furious ad where they were cruising?
Right. The not so fast and not so furious.
Right.
Ad. Cute. Okay. I don't even know what they were selling. So, that's how effective it was on me. But I thought, okay, that's cute. So, I have to admit, I found myself thinking the commercials were not up to standard.
And haven't been for years. Seems like we say that every Monday. Have been doing that for 15 to 20 years now.
Well, you've been harder on the commercials than I have. I have to admit, over the years. I have usually found a few more commercials to generate a chuckle than you. I'm sensing you've actually enjoyed some of these ads more than me this year.
And I did like the Michelob Ultra pickleball commercial.
Okay.
That was fine.
Fair enough. So there you go. And a few people in the Twitch chat room agree with you. So listen, I trust your judgment. If you end up doing a Swamp Buggy Races commercial poll question, I got your back. That's how we roll here on Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I never even saw that Busch Light ad. I knew he was in one, Jim, and I never saw it.
Is that the Ross Chastain ad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. It's funny, Baxberg. I thought there were times that what Brady gave us was great. I thought the quality stuff that he gave us was related to his personal experiences with the Super Bowl. I thought he was terrible during the game. Now, the game was a tough one to do. But
Almost called our guest a segment early.
wow, halftime was 8:15, Jules. No, the anthem was the second under. Yinzer. We'll get to it next, Anderson.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till Mike Missanelli of the Fanatic in Philly will join us. Eagles whooping up on the Chiefs. Who saw this beatdown coming? By a much bigger margin and greater degree than the final score, with the Chiefs adding 2 touchdowns in the final 3.5 minutes. 40-22. 24-0 at the half. 34-0 before they crossed midfield. 40-6 in the closing minutes. My goodness. What a performance. Think about it, last 5 quarters. They outscored the Commanders, 21-0, something like that in the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game. And then this. Good on the Eagles. Second title in the last 8 seasons. 4 Super Bowl appearances this century. 4 of the last 21 seasons, the Eagles have been in the Super Bowl. Good on them. How about this for a poll question, Mark? Which team wins the Super Bowl next, the Chiefs or the Eagles?
Ooh, look at you.
Think about it. We could have asked that question 14 years ago. Packers, Steelers, which one of these teams wins the Super Bowl next? Pending.
So, John Hamm comes out and does the Go Chiefs, and then Bradley Cooper does John Hamm loses big in that open. Voice cracked.
It did.
And then Bradley Cooper's got his son with him.
I was going to say Cooper cheats.
Kid for the win.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And didn't go with anything real formal either. Just went with the chant.
Right.
Yeah, no doubt.
Know your audience.
Yeah, nailed that sucker.
Yes, he did.
Were you as surprised as I how much the building was for the Eagles? It was a very pro-Eagles crowd.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, a little surprised, not floored by it. We knew there had been Chiefs fatigue.
Right. But the Eagles are not beloved outside of, Eagles Nation, if you will.
No, but our corporate world is based in New York and in the Northeast. And from the looks of it, those that went after corporate tickets were Eagles fans.
So what'd you think of the new graphic? The score, the time, the down and distance. Networks do this oftentimes. They go, now Fox just had their second Super Bowl in 3 years. And that was a bit of a quirk, but usually it's you have a Super Bowl every 3-4 years. Like we're going to go, last year was CBS, this year was Fox, next year's NBC, then we're going to go ABC, and then it's going to continue. We're going to do that rotation almost 2 more times. So, that will probably be the score graphic that Fox goes with until the next Super Bowl. Just curious. It was new. All right. The first time my phone blew up, Mark, was first series of the game and the new graphic. And part of it's inside the industry and people texting me. But I just had, buddies of mine, okay, texting me. I hate it. Love it. Hate it. Did you even notice? Did you care?
I didn't care. Okay. Those are things that do nothing for me. Is the score there? Is the time? Is there down and distance? Can I find all of them?
It's all right there.
When I don't know already.
It's all right there in front of you.
Good.
So, okay.
I had more of a problem pregame with the Jimmy Johnson montage of his whole career in AI. That was creepy as hell.
So, is he retiring or not?
I don't know. He was crying like he was retiring.
Same with Bradshaw, right? Didn't they do one of him like an hour earlier?
Yeah, and Bradshaw said that he doesn't want to retire till he's 80 during the week.
Right. He said he wants to do the next Super Bowl on Fox, and that's 4 more years. And a lot of people were like, politely hinting at, Terry, I don't know if we could handle you for 4 more years. Maybe 2. But that's usually how, when people want to go out, they want to go in broadcasting. Like Al Michaels went out with NBC doing the Super Bowl. Believe me, there are a lot of people who thought Jimmy Johnson was going to go out 2 years ago when Fox did the Super Bowl. Jimmy's been year to year for a while. But there was a lot of broadcasters getting emotional yesterday. Hubie Brown was emotional, his final broadcast.
Well, 91.
I understand.
And they forced Hubie into being emotional. They had cut-ins from everybody the man's ever worked with throughout that game. Hubie didn't want to be emotional.
No.
They kind of forced it on him.
Yeah. Dick Vitale on Saturday. Very nice. Clemson crowd, and good job. Well done, folks. Well done. Man's given a lot to the sport. All right. I know the sport's given him a lot, but he's given a lot to the sport. And in his 80s, he's battled 4 different kinds of cancers over the last 4 years. All right. Well done, Clemson. Well done. Never mind the tens of millions. I think it's now over 100. It might be close to 200 million that he's raised for children battling cancer. I'm telling you, you give the man the Presidential Medal of Freedom, you've given it to worse. By the way, both sides, don't draw any conclusions on that. Both sides, please. But a lot of Randy Moss, obviously, coming back.
Yeah.
From his very serious cancer. First time in a couple of months.
Great to see him there. That was fantastic. One of the things that none of you probably noticed that I did, when they did the whole New Orleans montage before the game, which I thought was pretty cool, because I love anytime they bring one of the college bands.
Southern.
Right. And they
totally. Yeah.
But they show the kid from the Southern band in the crowd.
Yep.
And he's dancing away. If you noticed, the best part about the cutaways to the band guy in the crowd was the usher at the Superdome right behind him, because she was grooving her tail off.
Yes, she was.
That was the best part to me. Move the dancer out of the way. Let me see that usher move. By the way, I had no problem with the New Orleans version of America the Beautiful. My mother thought it sucked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she
Mom?
didn't like it at all.
Wow, Mom.
Yeah,
I thought it was fine.
I did too. It was
I
very
thought it was-
New Orleans-esque.
Yeah, I thought
America
it was,
the Beautiful.
yeah. They got the words right. I mean, they didn't change the words. Yeah, I thought it was fine.
You do that with an anthem, your career could be over. But
Right.
America the Beautiful, you can get away with.
Mike Missanelli in 15 minutes to talk about the Eagles' destruction of the Chiefs. The one official poll question that we have up, Swamp Buggy Race's poll question, are the Chiefs done? And by done, we mean is the Super Bowl contender. Yay or nay? That's our vote. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. All right. I hesitate to go down this road because I don't like to mix sports and politics. We don't like to mix sports and politics. We made that decision years ago, probably to the detriment of the show. But that's just, we figure if you guys want that, there's plenty of places for you to go. We'll stay in the sports lane. But there were a few commercials yesterday that they were clearly trying to promote, I don't know, we're all in this together, right? You know, just, hey, yeah, we got our differences, but I mean, at least that's how I took the ads. I mean, how do you take the Rocket Mortgage Country Roads ad other than, hey, you know, we're a great country. Yeah, we're kind of screaming and yelling at us right now, but how about we just stop and sing together? I mean, and then they come out of the commercial and apparently, you know, they
did the same thing in the stadium.
Right. And people were singing along with it.
Right.
Because it's kind of like, you know, when they break out Sweet Caroline at a game now, people just start belting it out. Country Roads is one of those songs you belt out. So I didn't know if anybody, you know, did they like it? Did they love it? Did they have a problem with it? Also, and I don't know if it aired more than, you know, once, but near the end of the game, the Harrison Ford Jeep ad. I get it. I got to admit, I'm glad he threw the little humor in at the end. And I love my Jeep, even though my last name is Ford. Okay. All right. That's cute. Okay. But I mean, they were kind of beating us over the head there for the first, you know, 50 seconds of that ad, weren't they?
That's an interesting approach for a commercial.
It is.
Typically, commercials don't tell you how you're supposed to think.
Well, and I don't know that they were telling us how to think, but they were just, I don't know, saying you could think this way, you could think this way, you could think that way. But I don't know. I sense that there were like unity ads yesterday. And I don't know if anybody liked them. Okay. Didn't like them. Annoyed by them. You know, shut up. Give me my Doritos. I don't know.
Not as good as I'd like to buy the world a Coke from back in the day, David.
I understand.
You know.
I understand. So that's all. You know, because you got to remember, you know, it's every 30 seconds is 8 million. And a lot of these Unity ads are a minute.
Right.
I mean, that's $16 million. Never mind producing the damn thing. I mean, that's a $20 million investment right there.
With the potential to piss off half of America.
Well, no. To honk off all of America. No, okay. I think you're better off just going after the one half. Pick a side. At least we know we're going to appeal to 50, 60 million people watching right now. I got a chance to appeal to nobody. Of course, could you imagine us in that focus group? Unity ad? You guys aren't college football fans, are you? And they'd look at us and you go, do you know what sells college football? Angst, hate. Okay, what the hell? Where's the football game? What are you trying to bring the world together? I mean, what is this, a Davis Cup tennis match? Come on. How about Brady and Snoop Dogg yelling at each other? I don't even know what they were selling, but yeah, give me that. Bring the world.
I wonder
together.
how many of you liked or disliked the Brady ads because it was Brady. Like, I thought the Duracell ad was cute.
I thought it was weird. Okay.
Yeah, I was fine with it.
I love this. So let me get this straight. You're battery powered? Oh, well, that explains a lot. That's literally what I said out loud. Well, this explains a lot.
So 21,000, your thoughts on the Super Bowl ads. We still haven't gotten to Tom Brady and what you think about him. Tough game to do for your first Super Bowl, David.
Oh, man.
Really tough.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt badly for him. All right. Quickly. I thought he was doing some of what I wanted him to do.
Right. Getting into his experiences.
Yes.
And letting you know.
Right. And I thought he did a terrible job with the game. Okay. I thought he should have very early in the game gotten into, how they can't block their ends. What do you have to do? Do you have to leave your tight ends? I mean, it was
all he talked about was Mahomes' feet.
Yeah, well, and hey, they got number 15 on the sideline, so the game's not over. At one point I yelled at the TV, "Thank you, Romo. Thank you. Now tell me something."
But it's a blowout is not an ideal situation.
No.
And I'm not a Brady fan in the booth, but that's a really difficult game to do. It is.
It is. I felt badly for him. So, but it was a great game if you're a Philly fan. Or if you had the right numbers on your score sheet. Very sensitive subject with Mark Miller. Because if the Chiefs would have kicked an extra point
or converted the 2-point conversion before the end of the third quarter, either one of those would have worked out in my favor.
But going for 2 and not converting,
that was bad. That was bad when you have 7-3 or 7-4 and 8-4. Miller and Moulton, another loser.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mike is all set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
He helped make sports talk radio in Philadelphia over the last 30 years. He hosts a podcast weekdays from 10 to 2. He's also part of Jacob Media's Eagles coverage. He's Mike Missanelli. You can follow him on X at Mike Miss, 2 S's, Mike Miss 25, Mike Miss 25. Mike, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Well, it's quite an eventful night in Philadelphia last night. I'll tell you that. And apparently Eagles fans took over New Orleans as well. So this was a pretty significant win because it was so dominant. I mean, the headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer today was Big Easy. And that rang true. They just I was astonished at the level of dominance they had on defense against a really good quarterback, one of the best of all time.
They don't blitz him. They sack him 6 times. They hit him a bunch of others. He had 0 running lanes. I mean, that front 4, we knew they were good, but I don't think any of us realized they were this good, did we?
Well, they've been solid all year, but they were otherworldly last night. I mean, they just pushed the Chiefs around to the point where this quarterback's a pretty savvy guy. He looked skittish and scared last night. His feet weren't even. He had his and Brady that pointed this out. His feet were kind of unbalanced because he knew he had to kind of get out of there before they arrived. And they hit him 12 times. They sacked him 6 times. That was a level of dominance I don't think anybody expected. I thought Eagle fans were confident they were going to win the game, but not like that.
Mike, isn't it ironic 2 years ago the Eagles come in with 70-plus sacks, number 1 sack artists in the league, and whether it was the shoes, the surface, whatever, they got blocked all day, gave up 38 and lost. This year the thought was, well, man, I don't know if we've got edge rushers. We don't have the edge rushers we've had in the past. I don't know if we can take advantage of those tackles. I thought either edge guy should have been MVP.
Yeah, especially Josh Sweat. And he was pretty dominant last night against Stoney, who had moved out to the side to tackle. They got contributions all year from everybody. Nolan Smith finally arrived as a pass rusher. Moro Ajamo in the middle of the line played really well. Jalen Hunt was a pretty good player last night. They all evolved to the point where, like, last night was the culmination of their progress all year. So, I mean, Jalen Carter's the most dominant defensive tackle in the league. So when you're helping out, those guys get a little more freedom to get to the passer. But it was really astonishing the way they dominated that game. I just didn't expect it.
Not having to blitz the entire night. I mean, it still doesn't make a lot of sense, even though we watched it and Philadelphia was as dominant as they were defensively. But the other side, Jalen Hurts made one mistake the whole game, needed him to play a relatively clean game, and he did. Without Barkley getting a lot of rushing, Hurts was very, very good yesterday.
Well, and here's the thing. They said all year, like, if you stop Barkley, Hurts can't beat you. But time and time again this year, even when Barkley was playing at a high level, he still was able to make really important throws. And last night, he did. They dared him. Dared the quarterback to beat him, and he made the one throw to Dotson early in the game, which I think loosened him up a little bit. And then he made a really good throw on a cross to A.J. Brown, and then that long ball. He throws the long ball really well. But again, all that comes back to the defense. The job Vic Fangio did with the team was pretty phenomenal. He got them together pretty quickly. There were a lot of new guys that he had to put in there, and guys that he had to really kick in the tail to reach their potential. And Vaughn showed up all year as an all-pro player. He put 2 rookies in there that adapted really well. They just had a together defense. When you're number 1 defense, you go from 26-1. You got to credit some of the personnel, but a lot of it, the coach, for blending that in.
Mike Missanelli, a sports talk icon in Philadelphia. The Mike Missanelli Show is 10 to 2 weekdays, back associated with 97.5 The Fanatic. His podcast can be heard all over. He's also part of Jacob Media's Eagles coverage.
He's no longer part of that Jacob Media thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Right.
How how much credit are we going to give the head coach? Because let's face it, Mike, it looked like they quit on him down the stretch last year. And there was widespread talk that, the Eagles should pull the plug on him a year early because this isn't going to work. How much are we now going to credit Sirianni?
It's a really interesting story. You're right. I think that they didn't know what they wanted to do at the end of last year when they lost 6 of their last 7 and the team had fallen apart. It took 2 weeks really for them to make a decision on bringing him back. And I think a lot of it was motivated by the fact that, the Eagles, when they hire coaches, always like to think they hired the new shiny toy. And I didn't think they wanted to look bad by cutting loose of that whole premise. And so they gave him another chance. And even at 2-2, people in this town were very dissatisfied, and his shenanigans of taunting the crowd and bugging for the camera and all that stuff. And then what happened was a miracle. They got him. The ownership took him aside and said, "Listen, you got to stop. You got to be a more mature coach. You got to be a professional." And that also was in conjunction with how they decided to play the rest of the year offensively, which was, let's run the football. We're a primary running team, and a couple of offensive linemen, Lane Johnson and Mailata, went into the coach and said, "Listen, this is the way we got it. This is going to be our most successful pass. We run Barkley. We make some throws off of that." And from that moment on, there was a transition for this team. And I think Sirianni went right along with it, and he matured as a head coach.
We've mentioned Fangio several times in this interview, and it needs to be mentioned a job he did, because we paid attention last year in Miami. He took a defense and had good numbers, but the defense didn't like to play his system. Talk about what Vic Fangio did to, I don't know about change this defense, but to get it to evolve over the course of the year, where it ended up doing what it did yesterday.
I think you got to get the right players that can hear his message. And in Miami, those players weren't ready to hear his gruff message. I think here he got players to buy in. And a lot of it was because they were young players who had no choice but to buy in. And then they signed a linebacker who he really wanted and coveted because he had that experience in New Orleans. And he brought in Zach Vaughn. And then Nakobe Dean really also was a guy. I mean, he got hurt, and it's a shame, but he really flourished this year. So I think the young guys were willing to hear Fangio's message, and he worked them hard. And when he came in, he said, "You guys got to be in better shape. You got to be willing to play. You got to be more aggressive. You got to do all this stuff. And if you're willing to do that, I'm here to help you do it." And I think they were receptive to the message. But, the key is when you can play 2 rookies and they play with such poise, they're pedigree players. You can't teach them how to play. They came in as pedigree players. The Quinn Mitchell's been sensational all year. And Cooper DeJean he's just a ball player. He, at every level, he can play. He's a great punt returner. You saw that interception and how he wound his way to the end zone there. A tremendous athlete. And so those 2 guys were really valuable.
He was a first-round talent, hurt his knee at college, and the Eagles able to get him where they get him. And, Mike, we think the Eagles have replaced the Ravens. It just seemed like Ozzie Newsome for 15 years always got guys in every round in which you went, how the hell did he fall to the Ravens? Doesn't it kind of seem as if that's now the Eagles in the last 10 years, that when they're done doing drafts and they're done with free agency, that you look around and go, how the hell did the Eagles get all these good guys?
Well, they got Carter. Mitchell was available to a lot of people. They really knew about him. Gene, they got him in the 2nd round. To keep this together is always going to be interesting to me. I saw some betting lines that had the Ravens as the favorite for next year. Some had the Eagles, but I also saw one betting line that had the Eagles 4th as far as repeating, and that's probably because they still don't believe in Jalen Hurts, and also there's a couple of free agents. Sweat's a free agent. Vaughn, they're going to have to pay. They have salary cap problems. So if they can keep it together, I think that's a team that can actually win another one.
What do we make of Jalen Hurts after this one? 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. He played brilliantly in both of them. The fumble, obviously, a couple of years ago cost them, but he was great yesterday. So is Jalen Hurts now finally going to get the credit that he deserves?
I think in Philadelphia he is. I think the fans here have been really reluctant to buy in with Hurts. But, we were talking about this last week on sports radio about if he won the Super Bowl, would he be considered the best quarterback in Eagle history? And I think you have to you have to consider that, and maybe he's taken that mantle from McNabb, who really couldn't win a Super Bowl. He got to one, lost 3 NFC title games. Hurts' resume is a little better than that right now, even though he doesn't have the yardage, but he's going to get the yardage. So there's a good conversation that he might now be the best Eagle quarterback of all time.
Well, 2 years ago, you get to the Super Bowl, you lose both coordinators, and it hurt last year. So now you win the Super Bowl this year, you're going to lose Kellen Moore. Are you confident in the in-house replacement, or is this going to be a step back?
I'm not so sure who the coordinator is going to be when they reach out, but I think any coordinator who they hire is going to go along with this program. They're best when they run the football with this guy. This guy is a superhuman player, and you need really to take advantage of him. There really is no other choice but to make him your front man and then work everything off of that. It makes it so much easier when you play that way. I mean, not many teams can play that way. It's a passing league. So you've got to have a great offensive line, which they do, and you've got to have the best running back in the game, which they do, and a great defense. That's how you win. Now, that's not a formula that's very prevalent in the NFL, but the Eagles have those components right now, and whoever the coordinator is will be foolish not to keep that style going.
Mike, congratulations on all your success, and relish the rest of the month. It's going to be pretty easy to do your show, and thanks for making time for us.
Thank you, guys. It's going to be a crazy day today. I can't wait.
Mike Missanelli, 97.5 The Fanatic in Philly, 10-2 is his show. He's a sports radio icon in the city of brotherly love. Follow Mike on X at Mike Miss, MISS 25. Mike Miss 25.
Took over New Orleans last night. Crazy night in Philadelphia overnight. They are your Super Bowl champions. In as dominant performance we've seen in quite some time.
It's so funny. I don't disagree with anything that Mike said there at the end. They have a terrific offensive line. They run the football. And they play really good defense. And most teams don't like to play that way anymore. I don't think he's far from the truth there. When for the longest time, Mark, that's exactly how you won.
And David, nobody wants to play against that style of team, though. They might not want to be that style of team, but they sure as hell don't want to play against that style of team.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Who had the worst TD celebration? Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, that's all right. Had a pretty good game, though. Mark, Larry wants to know, who do you think wins the Nations tournament?
USA. It's the best roster.
Well, and I think it's also the best goaltending.
Mm-hmm. I listened to the first and third, Larry. I had work to do Saturday. I was driving all day.
Well, the word had gotten out about the University of Wyoming ad that once Josh Allen won the MVP, that they were going to.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, talking anything and everything in the aftermath of Super Bowl 59. The game's pretty simple. Chiefs couldn't block the Eagles' defensive line. That was the game. Both Miller and Moulton would have went with a defensive lineman, probably Josh Sweat, 2.5 sacks, 6 tackles, as the MVP, but we understand. Quarterback scores 3 touchdowns, and, we get it. But we would have gone with a defensive MVP. And then,
particularly as you mentioned earlier in the show, they ask for the voting early in the fourth quarter.
Certainly mid-fourth quarter they do. Certainly mid-fourth quarter they start saying, hey, you got to get your ballots in. We need them by the 2-minute warning. And at 40-6 mid-fourth quarter, I mean, you can place your vote, can't you? But it's interesting to me that they gave it to Hurts. Our poll question deals with the Chiefs going forward. Is this it for them as Super Bowl contenders? Or are you like, come on, this happened to them in 2020. They made 4 straight AFC title games since, and they've gone to 3 Super Bowls in a row. What are you talking about?
Which team in the AFC can best replicate what Philadelphia did to them?
Baltimore. Right? I mean, the running game.
They don't have the defense.
They don't have the pass rush from the edge. No, they don't. But, so far, 5 out of 80 you say no. The Eagles run the Chiefs run is not over.
And I don't think that it is.
Right, and neither do I. I mean, listen, they looked almost this bad against Tampa 4 seasons ago. They've gone to 4 straight AFC championship games since, and they went out after that Super Bowl and invested in the offensive tackle position. Now, they couldn't afford to keep those guys over time, and it bit them in the Super Bowl this year. But don't you think the Chiefs will invest in the offensive line this offseason? Wouldn't you?
Now, I will say for those of you that want to, further your point of the Brady over Mahomes category, Brady in his 3 Super Bowl losses lost by a combined 15 points. Mahomes in his 2 losses has lost by a little more.
Yeah, I think he's lost by like 40.
Right.
Hasn't he in the 2 games?
Exactly right.
So, if that means something. But they have the same number of Super Bowls at the same year on their birth certificate, for what it's worth. Brady had 3 as he was turning 30. Mahomes has 3. He turns 30 before next season. But do you think it's the end for the Chiefs as Super Bowl contenders, yes or no? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Can I just take the Super Bowl, put it aside for 1 second?
I suppose.
Jay Glazer broke some news yesterday in which he said that last week Aaron Rodgers flew to Jersey to meet with the Jets, and the Jets, to his face, said, yeah, we're done with you. Good luck. Not sure whether or not we're going to release you at the beginning of the NFL year in 5-6 weeks. Don't know if we're going to designate you June 1st. Not quite sure about that yet, but, figure out where it is you want to play. It's not going to be with us. Okay. Yes or no? Play GM.
All right.
Because I'm of the belief that, first off, you tell me if I'm reading into this incorrectly. The fact he got on a plane and flew to Jersey tells me he wants to play.
I would agree with that. I think that's a fair statement. If he didn't want to, he probably knew the message. No, they want you face to face for some bad news. You fly up there, you kind of know what you're going to get.
Okay, but it tells me he wants to play. So, off the top of my head, teams that need quarterbacks. You're the general manager of these teams. Okay, yes or no? Tennessee.
No.
Cleveland.
No.
Giants.
No.
Minnesota.
No.
The Saints.
Maybe.
Vegas.
Yes.
Pittsburgh.
No.
That's where I think he's going to end up. And I think this is going to be all Mike Tomlin's doing. They're going to lose Russ to the Raiders, and Tomlin's going to lobby on behalf of Rodgers, and he's not going to have a whole lot of offers. I'm just going to throw this out there. This is crazy, but this is being talked about in NFL circles. The Rams may package Stafford and Kupp in a trade.
Okay.
One of the teams being talked about is the Giants. Let's just say, for whatever reason, the Rams move on from Matthew Stafford. Aaron Rodgers?
Possibly. I could see that happening.
One other scenario I'm going to throw out there, and it's crazy. It is. Do you think it's possible that the Niners situation with Purdy becomes kind of a Dallas Mavericks Luka situation, where Purdy and his people go, this is the going rate, and the Niners go, we don't want to pay you that. And Purdy and his people go, come on, I'm a franchise quarterback. This is the going rate. This is what you pay.
And they say you're not a franchise quarterback.
Well, or they just say, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it for you. Because ultimately what we're finding out is the ownership of the Mavericks did what we always wondered would an NBA team ever do. They had a young player in their prime, eligible for a supermax, and the Mavs ownership looked at the contract and said, I'm not paying him $69 million a year. I don't trust him. He eats badly. He's never in shape. He drinks a little too much. We've asked him for a year and a half to get his act together. He won't do it. I don't trust him. Trade him. I ain't paying him. And I'm not saying that that's the case with Purdy because it's not, but you just wonder, Mark, if you're the Niners, the Niners books are a mess.
But I don't know how adding Aaron Rodgers would help their books any.
Well, first off, I mean, we don't know if Rodgers is even going to have somebody willing to offer him a job. I mean, is there anybody else? I mean, did I miss somebody here? I went Tennessee, Cleveland, the Giants, the Vikings, the Saints, the Raiders, and the Steelers. You had one yes out of 7 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, how many places is he going to, if you know how you and I have both been fired many times, you pick up the phone, you start calling around, I don't have anything for you. Don't have anything for you. I mean, I don't think he's going to have any leverage for money either. I don't. I think he's going to have to sign a very low base loaded with incentives, and the incentives could be based on team wins, to be honest.
That's what I'd put them at. Win 10 games, get X. Win, get us into the playoffs, get Y.
I mean, hate to put him in the same sentence as this guy, but, Darnold got 1 year, $10 million. I mean, do you do that with Aaron Rodgers, loaded with incentives? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Would Rodgers walk away if the paycheck isn't right? Would he play for that little amount of money?
I think he'd walk away if it's a team that doesn't have a chance of competing.
That Steelers call makes sense. They always have a chance to compete. Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Actually, I think it's if you want Stafford, you take Cup too. But yes. If they took Cup along with Stafford, I actually don't think it would cost them that much because they'd be doing such a huge salary cap favor for the Rams. Hmm. Well, Logic Man, they didn't kick the Rams' butt. I mean, they held on against the Rams. They beat the Rams by a play. Stafford had a guy wide open in the end zone, but Jalen Carter had him on his back. But okay, ambient.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Looking back at the Eagles' destruction of the Chiefs. We all know far greater than the final score of 40-22. Where do both franchises go from here? Looking back on the game, the broadcast, the commercials, halftime. Always a lot to analyze with the Super Bowl. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. You can text in at 21,000. If you haven't texted in the last 6 months, keyword is Miller. And you could always twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Watch us and chime in the Twitch chat room.
You know, David, ironically, those that are chiming in about the halftime show really have a strong opinion one way or another. No one's saying it was okay.
Huh.
I'm surprised by that.
Right. Like we didn't know that was coming. That actually should have been the one prediction we made last week. Kendrick Lamar at halftime will be polarizing. I'm backing up the truck.
Yes.
That should have been the prediction. The whole who's going to win, point spread, over, under, whatever, anthem. Whew, by the way. It is officially an under, right, on the anthem?
It is officially an under by 1/2 of a second.
Because at game time, didn't the anthem go at 2 minutes and half a second?
That's what the final over-under was. And it finished at 2 minutes. So it was a half a second to the under, which means Lee Sterling's daughter is now 11 for 11. Thought she was in trouble when he tripled down.
Oh, my goodness. First off, did you time it? Because I did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, stopwatch, right?
Oh,
on the
on my
phone.
phone, the stopwatch
Right,
is sitting
totally.
right there waiting for him to start the first note. Bang.
All
I care about.
I love what goobers we are in that instance. Then, man, I wish at
My
that
mom's watching the anthem. She's all in because she loves the singer. My wife looks at me and she goes, "You have your stopwatch out, don't you?" I said, "You're damn right I do. This is important."
This is important, honey. First bet of the game. Got to get it right. So I did the same thing. And he's flying. He's going to do like a $140 anthem. I'm like, wow. And then he starts duplicating lines. And then he triple downs the final line. Oh, and he holds the final note. And I swear, as he's holding the note, I'm thinking, he bet the over. The son of a gun bet the over on his own anthem.
And he comes up 1/2 second to the final under bet.
You know, I don't tweet, post, whatever we all still call it. I don't do that much during games. I don't even send out messages when I'm broadcasting a game to say, hey, listen, here's how you can listen. I just don't do it. I read X. It amuses me. It entertains me. I get a lot of information from it. But I don't post many things.
No, you used to.
I did.
There was a time in which during games that you were watching, not games that you were working, but games that you were watching that you used to post a lot more often than you. I think both of us did. We're over it.
Early Twitter, David Moulton. Yes, I agree with you. First possession of the game, when they called the offensive pass interference on A.J. Brown, I mean, come on. How hysterical was that? I mean, hysterical. It's as if the officials were giving the double bird to all of America. You think we got it in for the Chiefs? Okay. First borderline, hairline, first opportunity we have to call something on the Eagles, okay, and benefit the Chiefs. We're going to do it. Oh, my goodness. Now, thankfully, obviously, they come back the next series. You know, there's
seemingly every call from that point on went for the Eagles. But the first call.
Right. First series of the game, he's out of bounds at the 20. They're in the red zone. I mean, tell me you didn't think the officials were like, here, fine.
David, that was an offensive pass interference in week 2, let alone the Super Bowl. I haven't seen an OPI call that wasn't a pick play in a while.
When both Mike Pereira and Tom Brady also quickly both say, oh, I hate the call. I'm laughing. I'm like, are the officials just messing with us now? Is this an inside joke? Did they all say, tell you what, first call of the game, we're really going to stick it to the Eagles. We'll have everybody up in arms. And then after that, you know, we'll Mark, I will say next series, I'm like, oh, this is hockey. Oh, we got the makeup call. Oh, okay. And then they kind of put the handkerchiefs away for like an hour. I'm like, oh, you guys are just messing with us, weren't you? But man, they got us good.
Well, When it happened, David, the first thing that I thought of was our poll question from the week prior of who has more pressure on them.
Right.
Hurts, the refs, or Brady. And I'm like, well, we've answered this one quickly because the refs have just made a bad call. Brady's all over them for making a bad call, and Hurts threw a perfect ball. We got the question all answered in one quick, clean play.
But I just thought at the time, I'm like, they are just messing with us. This is just, tell you what, we're going to give America the double bird right here. Okay, pardon the pun with the Eagles bird. Okay, but I thought, wow, they're you know what? They're tired. They're hunked off at all the crap they're taking, and they're like, fine. You think we got the fix in? Oh, well, the first call of the game, fix is in. Then the next series, it's like, oh no, you guys are just making bad calls. Oh, okay, all right, we're even. Tell me, all of you, tell me on that first offensive pass interference, did you not just turn around and go, are they serious? They're not even wasting any time. I didn't even have my snacks on a plate yet. And I'm yelling off the couch at the TV. I didn't. Still had the snacks in the bag. Hadn't even transferred them. I didn't want to transfer them. Wife was yelling at me. You're going to spill everything all over the couch. It's Doritos.
Transferred them to what?
I had a plate, a bowl. You
had a bag of chips.
Doritos, right? Yeah.
And you had to transfer them?
Yeah. Apparently, somehow.
This isn't moving money from
I know
savings. This is grabbing a bag of Doritos and walking to the couch, opening the bag, and eating the bag.
Thank you. The bag serves as a plate and a bowl,
yes, it does.
Doesn't it? Right.
Particularly when you're the only one eating out of the bag.
Oh, man. So, got that going on. Then the officials are just, giving me the middle finger. I'm like, all right, come on. But thankfully, we're not talking about the officials today.
No, we are not. But we are talking about the Eagles in that defensive front.
Whew.
I think they just sacked Mahomes again.
Well, they definitely hit him. He's running. I can tell you that. He's running. So, for the record, last time the Chiefs got blown out in the Super Bowl, they blew a 3-touchdown halftime lead in the AFC Championship game the next year. And then they went to 3 straight Super Bowls. So, when we ask the question, is this the end for the Chiefs being a Super Bowl contender? That's what followed the last time. I'll even say for the Patriots. You want to compare dynasties? Patriots won their third in 4 years. All right. Lost in a row. Lost in the divisional round. Lost in the AFC title game. Lost in the Super Bowl. All right. Went 11-5, missed the playoffs. Brady got hurt, played a quarter. All right. Won the division, lost in the wild card round. All right. Lost in the divisional round, lost in the Super Bowl, lost in the AFC Championship game, lost in the AFC Championship game. That was the Patriots in between Super Bowl win 3 and Super Bowl win 4. Made the playoffs every year but one. The year they missed the playoffs, they went 11-5. So we were comparing Reed and Mahomes to the Patriots and Belichick and Brady. That's how they performed. And we still consider that a dynasty, right?
100%. Now the Chiefs will have to retool. They need another receiver. They need offensive line help.
They could use another running back. I mean, considering the number 2 back was on his couch in October. But how about this? Mark, how many years in a row have we had? 19 years in a row that no team has repeated as NFC East champ? Because 2 years ago, when the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, they won the East. And last year, they started 10-1. They didn't win the East. The Cowboys did. And then, of course, the Eagles this year won the East. I'll ask you a question right now. You going to pick the Eagles to win the East?
More than likely.
How many people are going to look at that stat? And a lot of us are aware that you don't repeat in the NFC East. How many of us are going to pick the Commanders because of the stat?
Probably 38% of you would be my guess.
Look at you going.
But I don't think it'll be more than half. And I think you're maybe of the belief it'll be a little higher than that. But my Card Sharks number, David, is 38%.
I like it. I like when you go Card Sharks. No, I think a lot of people are going to pick the Eagles. And then people are going to go, it's been 20 years since a team repeated as NFC East champs.
The other stat that happened a little more frequently a while ago was that teams that lost the Super Bowl didn't make the playoffs the following year.
By the way, how'd the Niners do this year?
They missed the playoffs. Do you have the guts to say that the Chiefs won't make the playoffs next year?
Because it was a combo stat. First, it was you'd be shocked how many teams lost the Super Bowl and missed the playoffs. But then they'd also say lost the Super Bowl, didn't win a playoff game the next year. Because there's a lot of instances of teams getting to the playoffs but being one and done. Of course, the Chiefs have made 7 consecutive AFC championship games. I mean, right now, will the Chiefs win the AFC West? Will the Chiefs be in the AFC championship game next year? How many of you would vote no on either one of those questions?
I'd vote yes on the division. But maybe it's a year away from the championship game. Maybe it's finally time for the Ravens and Bills to meet for a shot to go to the Super Bowl.
Look at you. Look at you, Mr. Card Sharks. Curious what your number would be on that one. I'll tell you what my Card Sharks number is, because I'm dastardly. 49.5.
Look at you. Look at you.
I don't even think you're allowed to throw in a half on Card Sharks.
You're not. You just have your own game show. Card Sharks Plus, apparently, with David Moulton. It's a new game. Hell, most of you listening don't even remember the old game. It's been that long since it's been on television.
It was a terrific game, by the way. They spent $9 on the set, but it was a terrific game. That's true. I did. It's Card Sharks Plus. It's available on Tubi, on some streaming service, right?
Maybe you can get it on the Game Show Network.
I appreciate
Miller and Moulton, post-Super Bowl show, dominant performance by the Eagles. What was your favorite commercial? What did you think of Tom Brady? Tough game to do for Brady.
Yeah,
blowouts are hard.
They are. They are. I thought his Super Bowl stories were terrific. Like him telling us he still hasn't gotten over losing the first one to the Giants. And how he literally didn't speak after the game. That whole night. He just thought it was a bad dream. That was good stuff. The bonus hour, Miller and Moulton's next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs, and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good for you, fam. Yinzer, I don't think Card Sharks was Alex Trebek.
No, it wasn't.
I remember the original Card Sharks, Jim Perry. And then Bob Eubanks took it over. Ah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, go to SwampBuggy.com. Make your plans now. Get your tickets. First weekend of March. That's their third and final races of the year. So the Chiefs run over. And by over, we mean they're done going to Super Bowls for a while. Yes or no? So far, like 2/3 of you say no. But I find it interesting that a third of you say yes. That's it. Bye-bye, so long, farewell. Huh. Interesting.
There's a lot more Chiefs hatred out there than I realized.
Is it hatred or just fatigue?
Both. Fatigue turns into hatred. We pass by fatigue pretty quickly. Fatigue doesn't have an emotion to it, David.
True. Do you think them losing and losing resoundingly will kind of take it down a couple notches, or do you think when they're 10-1 next year, people are going to be like, for goodness sakes, the damn Chiefs?
I think there's a lot of variables. If Kelsey retires and there's no more Taylor Swift, there won't be as much venom.
What can we've never really talked about this. What's the problem? What's the problem with her? What am I missing? I don't listen to her music, but what's the problem?
Well, I don't know if football fan likes her music.
Okay, probably not.
And therefore, it's an easy target. David, I don't get it. I don't know. I tease my daughter because my daughter loves Taylor Swift. I've listened to far more Taylor Swift than I had ever anticipated listening to in my lifetime.
Okay.
It's fine. It is what it is. I have all kinds of admiration for her, even though I don't like her music. She performs 3-hour concerts. She gave all kinds of money to her staff for all the hard work they did. She writes her own music. I mean, in today's world, she's a terrific performer. But it's not just Eagles fan booing her last night. Football fans annoyed by her. Last night wasn't a new phenomenon that she was going to get booed by the opposition fan.
You know, some people are saying it's because she's got political and she's anti the current president. Huh? Okay.
Someone from the music industry leaning left. There's a surprise.
Well, although there is a genre out there which does not lean left.
No, you're right.
But you know what part of it is, and I don't know if this is a blind spot for me, but you know, you and I don't care what the politics of the actor, actress, singer
Athlete.
are. Yeah, we don't care.
No, never have.
In fact, we ignore them. We're like, you don't care what my politics are. We don't share our politics with you, but I don't care. People don't like Alec Baldwin because he's liberal. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. He's funny. He's a good actor. I mean, I still listen to Ted Nugent music and like Mel Gibson. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. They got their, I'll be gentle. Yeah, they got their quirks, but you know what? So what? I don't care. All right. Okay. I was just curious as to, dealing with her, why, are they too good looking a couple? Are they too successful? Are we jealous? And okay. All right. Thanks for straightening me out there.
And we only like it when they use their platform when we agree with what they say.
Well, that's the whole propaganda thing.
Don't give me the whole, I don't like it when they use their platform. Well, you like it when one half uses their platform. I don't know.
What if Kelsey retires? How big of a loss would that be? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being, oh my goodness, they're done being a Super Bowl contender. They ain't going to replace him. And 1 being, they'll be fine.
A 7.
Okay.
He provides so many first downs for Mahomes that their rapport with one another is something we've not seen a lot of in sports. It truly is. They have a sixth sense for one another.
Mm-hmm.
It will affect them.
Okay. I'm not reading any tea leaf signals or anything after you lose the Super Bowl. I mean, you act like a family member's died. So, the fact he looked the way he did walking out of the locker room yesterday, come on. I mean, going for a history, getting your butt kicked. I will say he answered the same question differently over the course of Super Bowl week. Retiring. The first time he was asked that question, he damn near said, retire? Hell, I'm looking to play 3 more years. I mean, he almost sounded like Bradshaw. Retire? Hell. I got at least 2 years left. I might even go 4 till our next Super Bowl. Apparently, by the end of the week, he was like, I don't know. Kind of taking it as it comes. Oh, okay. But, I mean, it is interesting. They didn't lose a 1-score game. A lot of us thought if the Eagles were going to win, a 3 to 4 point win, something like that, But the fact they got shellacked, I mean, Mark, you tell me, anybody in the AFC capable of doing to them what Philly just did? And I do think it turned out to be, and we threw the stat out there and what have you, but I don't think either one of us figured it into our forecast of the game. But early in the game, I'm watching the Eagles defense and I'm watching the Chiefs on offense, and I'm going, oh, this turf thing's a thing. Yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe the Chiefs benefit by, slowing everybody down at Arrowhead, because they ain't slowing down this pass rush at all. They ain't running away from anybody on this turf.
You said it, David. I think Baltimore is the closest to being able to replicate what the Eagles did, but they don't have that type of push up front. They don't have the edge rushers that can annihilate tackles the way that Philadelphia did.
And I don't think that they have the back end the way that Philly does. I mean, that's the other side of it. Philly smothered their receivers as well.
Mark, heading into last night, we didn't think the Eagles had the edge rushers that they had last night. We didn't. That was actually the one knock on the defense. This is not the same pass rush as 2 years ago.
No, but we did point out last week that while it was not the same pass rush as 2 years ago, that pass rush declined when it got into the postseason. It didn't produce the sacks the entire postseason the way that it did in the regular season. Whereas this year's team, while not producing the sacks in the regular season, started producing the pressure and the sacks in the postseason.
We're big on 6 seconds of truth. Can you get it? And when you get it, can you recognize it? Mahomes obviously did a lot of interviews, was asked a lot of things. One of the questions he was asked early in the week was difference between this Eagles defense to the Eagles defense from 2 years ago. And somebody actually started talking about the pass rush. And Mahomes didn't cut him off, but he waited till the person was done and made sure to point out, yeah, they had some older guys on that defensive line 2 years ago. You know, they had Fletcher Cox and they had Reddick, and then they had some older guys on the line. He was almost insinuating that, yeah, they're a little long in the tooth, maybe. Long season, worn down. You know, we didn't have any problems with them. And he made sure to say, got a lot of young guys up front this time around. And he didn't take it any further, but it was almost as if he was like, younger guys, fresher legs, might be a little bit more of a handful than the old pros that we blocked pretty effectively 2 years ago.
And like you said, it wasn't even the blocking or non-blocking. It was the power in which the edge rushers have of just taking those tackles and putting them straight back. They kept the pocket collapsed. Mahomes couldn't escape around the ends. He couldn't escape in those lanes inside the ends of the tackles. They did a brilliant job of containing him inside the pocket yesterday.
Josh Sweat is 265 pounds. That other edge rusher was giving up like 50 pounds to the right tackle. I mean, that's the thing that was so, they talk about leverage and, Mark, the Chiefs had bigger tackles than the Eagles edge rushers. And the Eagles edge rushers were not using their speed to go around the tackles. Instead, they were just getting up under their shoulder pads and pushing them right back. Even though the guy blocking them outweighs them by 40, 50, 60 pounds.
Therefore, they didn't have to blitz. Therefore, Kelsey's bracketed the whole game. Couldn't get anything deep because he didn't have time. Masterful game plan by the Philadelphia Eagles. Miller and Moulton on an Overreaction Monday after the Super Bowl. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Swamp Buggy Races poll question. We could have had 15 of them today. The first one we settled on was, so is the Chiefs' run over? 7 straight AFC championship games. Super Bowl, what, 5 out of 6 years? Is the Chiefs' run over? Being a Super Bowl contender, threat, one of the big dogs, yay or nay? 2/3 of you are like, no, I don't think.
Although this will be very Patriot-like now. The roster has changed. It's an ever-changing roster that has holes in it. It's going to be 15 and what they get him.
You know, the other thing is Andy Reid's only committed to coaching one more year. I mean, how much of this is tied to, Wilford Brimley there?
Seems to be a lot.
I mean, that's a hell of an act to replace, right?
Yes.
I mean, remember, Brady and Belichick did the whole thing together. Damn near.
Andy's too close to a lot of numbers to walk away.
I think so, too.
And he knows he's got 15 there.
Well, if he listens to the broadcast, he'll certainly know he's got 15 there. Brady kept going back to that one all night. I don't know how much he believed it or if he was just trying to keep us to stay. I mean, Tom, we're not going anywhere. Most of us are not. This is the last game we got for a while. We're stuck with it. You don't have to sell it. Let's face it, it's a copycat league, more so than I think any of the others, to be brutally honest with you. So the Eagles just won a Super Bowl because of a pass rush, right?
Yes.
So does that make Myles Garrett more valuable?
Yes.
So now if you're, I don't know,
the Bucks,
the Ravens,
the Lions,
and I understand it would probably take,
that's not happening.
Right.
Stop it. That one's not. First off, if they trade him, which I don't think they want to.
No, they don't want to, but are they going to end up trading him? Yeah.
They're not trading him in division.
Right.
And they're going to do their damnedest to not trade him in conference.
Right. Their damnedest. Right. Yep.
Bucks, Commanders, Lions all have a lot of room under the cap.
Minimum 2 first-round picks, just so you know.
Gotcha.
Okay. But I'm just wondering, does this dominant performance by a defensive line make a team think, maybe much like, didn't Denver, Von Miller, teams have acquired defensive linemen, and it's been a really big, the Rams won their Super Bowl in part because of who they acquired. Didn't they acquire Von Miller as a rental? Win the Super Bowl? He then went to Buffalo?
There are a lot of teams with significant cap room that could bring on Myles Garrett, that are quality teams. If you're the Browns, what is it you want? 2 ones and a player? A young player?
You're probably asking for like 2 1s, 2 2s, and a young player. That's what you're asking for. But if you're a franchise that feels you got a 2 to 3 year window, and he's got 2 to 3 year elite years left. Let's go. I'll have my first round picks again when our window's closed. I'm just giving away my future first round picks for this guy who's going to help us win the final game of the year, at which point no one's going to care what I gave up.
I mean, David, I'm looking at, you mentioned the Packers. They have the room to do it.
Well, that's the team that I said, that if I'm Green Bay, I'm all in on Myles Garrett. I'm just wondering, does this Super Bowl make the bid for the Browns go up?
It might. I don't think it has raised what Cleveland wants. It just may raise what some teams will pay. And I'd pay it, by the way. If I'm close, I'd go get Myles Garrett. Imagine what he'd look like in Tampa, Bucs fan.
Khalil Mack was 27 when he was traded from the Raiders to the Bears. The Bears gave up 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, a 6th-round pick, a 2nd-round pick, and a conditional 5th-round pick. So 2 1s, a 2, a 3, a 5, and a 6 for then 27-year-old Khalil Mack. And then they had to pay him. And they did. Garrett's got 2 years left on a contract. Now, I'm sure he'd love an extension of some kind. I will say, if I'm the team, I asked the Browns, can I just 10 minutes, can I talk to Myles Garrett? And I would say to him, I'm not doing a contract right away. Give us a year, I'll give you the extension. But I can't do a contract right away. We got a lot of other stuff going on here. Okay? I'll give you your extension. I'm just not going to do it right away. So don't come in here and pull a Jimmy Butler. Okay? Just give us 6 months. I'll get you your contract. Just saying.
I couldn't bring him in fast enough.
I'll go over that again. That was 2 1s, a 2, a 3, a 5, and a 6.
Done.
Over 3 years, I believe. The ones were back to back.
Okay. I'm in.
So you do it.
Yes, I would.
Wow. That's a lot for you.
Right.
I got to put you on hold. And I go, wow, we've never gotten Miller to agree to ante up the pot this much. Damn.
You have to be able to get to the quarterback with 4 to have success in this league.
Well, then you tell, I mean, if you're Detroit, then don't you do, I mean, come on, you got Hutch on the other side.
Exactly.
I mean, don't you do it?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I have to compete with the Eagles if I'm Detroit. If I'm Tampa Bay. Now, Tampa has a more difficult spot because they don't have the money to do it.
Well, give me a year. That's why I'm saying, but I know you got to work them in right now. But
got to work them in right now. They're only $2 million under the cap.
If you do,
I know it can be done.
Right.
And I'm sure there's Tampa fans that have already cut 5 guys in order to make that happen, to get themselves in financial stability to do it. I get it. A few of those defensive guys, I think Tampa could have no problem with seeing walk out the door.
But I was just wondering if we think that, A, the interest in trading for Myles Garrett, but also what it is we'd now be willing to give up for 29-year-old Myles Garrett just went up significantly because of what the Eagles just did. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when next.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think he'd be better in a 4-3, but that's why Irish football. I just wanted to. I mean, he basically plays almost all of next season at 29. You make it sound like he's turning 30 in the offseason. I mean, Von Miller was a month shy of 33 when he helped the Rams win the Super Bowl. And, well, you know how biased you are towards Von Miller. So you really don't think you're going to get 3 more elite years from Myles Garrett? I got to think Irish football and ambient there. You might be able to bring Von Miller home this year because he turns 36 next month. If I'm the Bills, I don't know that I keep him. I mean, if you were the Bills, you keep him. He's almost $24 million against the cap. Von Miller, you save $8.5 million by getting rid of him. Never mind, I'm sure if you did it post June 1 and did it over 2 years, you could save a lot more than that. Ambient, you tell me, what would a 36-year-old declining skills edge rusher get on the open market? I mean, 2-3 million? Some incentives based on playing time, production.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. The bonus hour of Miller and Moulton and the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin at the very least on the show tomorrow.
What are you trying to say? Time for me to get to work?
Whenever you'd like. I didn't know if you had, something you wanted to interject with, or it was time to get to,
Well, we'll get to it and interject later.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reignited intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location. Mention Miller and Moulton for a 10% discount. Tom and Jerry, their first cartoon released today in 1940. Glenn Miller and his orchestra are awarded the first ever gold record for selling 1 million copies of the Chattanooga Choo Choo today in 1942. That's a toe tapper, David.
No doubt. I thought I'd see it in a Super Bowl ad yesterday. I was surprised we didn't.
Lucky Luciano was deported to Italy today in 1946. 1979. Do You Think I'm Sexy by Rod Stewart, the #1 song in the land. Today in 1989, in a court in New Jersey to gain deregulation, the World Wrestling Federation admits that pro wrestling is an exhibition and not a sport.
What? What? Are you kidding me?
No.
You mean it's fake?
It's fake.
Pro wrestling?
Yep.
Shocking.
Today in 1992, Mike Tyson convicted of rape. Today in 1996, the IBM chess-playing computer Deep Blue becomes the first computer to win a game of chess against a reigning human champion.
Now, Kasparov there beat the computer. It was like a 6-game match. That was the only game that he lost to the computer, but he lost the first game and it like made the evening news.
Think about it now. There probably isn't a person that could beat the computer.
Probably not. In fact, I think his record against the computer was like 3-1-2. That was the only one he lost.
And for you, David, today in 2019, the Alliance of American Football gets underway as the Orlando Apollos beat the Atlanta Legends 40-6 in Orlando.
Those blankers still owe me money.
Cliff Burton, the original bass player for Metallica, would have celebrated a birthday today. Robert Wagner is 95. You know, you could ask him if he ever killed someone.
That's true. I could. My guess is his response would not be no, sir.
Roberta Flack is 88. Mark Spitz, 75. Greg Norman, 70. Lenny Dykstra, 62. Glenn Beck, 61. Moose Johnson, 59. Ty Law, 51. And Lexi Thompson is 30. What did I miss, David?
Nah, man. Once again, you're covering all of it. Quick sidebar here. Did you catch the news that came out in the golf world over the last few days about, well, first of all, Brandel Chambly went golfing with the president, okay, and was very taken with him. But they apparently, the whole round, debated the LIV. And they agreed to disagree, but Chambly even acknowledged, he said, got to admit, guy made some points. Just talking to me about Saudi Arabia and this, that, and the other thing, and the money. And it seems as if Trump's getting involved in this.
Oh, yeah, because he was with Monahan last week.
And what I'm guessing, this is totally conjecture on my part, that whatever the holdup is between the PGA Tour and LIV is one thing. But the LIV has insisted, we ain't opening our books to anybody. And the Justice Department under President Biden and Congress was like, yeah, we ain't going to sign off on this unless we see your books. And they're like, what part of we don't open our books to anybody are you not listening to? And my guess is, Mark, that this administration,
right,
and this Justice Department's going to be like, whatever you guys come up with, if you want to keep your books, private, keep them private. And remember, Trump's big into golf. He's hosted major championships, both men's and women's, at his courses around the world. All right. So he clearly wants this deal to go through. Chambly even said he's very pro LIV.
Yeah, this administration wants a merger.
Yeah.
Very much so, David.
Yeah, wants them to work it out and work it out like now. Very interesting, I thought. And obviously, Super Bowl week and what have you didn't get talked about much.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Colombia for the good, where Jose Valencia, a 34-year-old circus performer, broke a Guinness World Record when he juggled 5 balls for 45 minutes while doing a headstand.
Wait, what?
Thank you. He juggled 5 balls for 45 minutes while doing a headstand.
Holy blank.
That's what I'm saying. He apparently practiced the trick for years before making his official attempt at the Guinness World Records title.
I mean, call me crazy. I would think juggling 3 balls while doing a headstand would be a lot.
I would think doing a headstand would be a lot.
Well, exactly. But I mean, I would have trouble just catching the ball, throwing it up with one hand, catching it with the other. Damn.
Oh, it's a toss-up here. It really is. We'll go across the pond to Normandy for the bad, where a woman was arrested after crashing her car into a tank.
A tank?
A tank in Normandy. The memorial.
Oh.
It was a Churchill tank on permanent display at Sword Beach in Normandy next to the Liberty Monument, commemorating the British soldiers who died in France. The tank was part of the 79th Armored Division, created specifically for the D-Day landings. According to French police, a French woman in her 40s was found to be well over the drink-drive limit.
No.
She was shocked. Her car was badly damaged, but the armored vehicle remained undamaged and was not displaced. Finally, the ugly, we stay across the...
Hold on a second. So you mean the tank just brushed it off, didn't move, and said, we'll be just fine?
We'll be just fine.
It's a tank! I mean, that's like driving around one of those 1978 Oldsmobiles, for goodness sake.
Finally, the ugly, we go to Yorkshire in England, where it took officers a mere 35 minutes to arrest Josh Mansfield after he broke into a home. He broke into the home, stole keys for a Beamer, and drove off. Was spotted driving erratically just minutes later by patrol officers. It was snowing. He reached speeds up to 80 miles an hour before he crashed the car. It did not take long for officers to find him because he fled on foot in the snow and hid in a garden behind a home.
Wait, he fled on foot in the snow?
Uh-huh.
I'm guessing it was real easy to find him.
That's why it only took the cops 35 minutes to find him hiding behind a nearby house.
Hey, buddy, we know you're here. You look like you're a 9.5 double wide.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, still offering $10,000 for new officers to sign on. Other jobs available, all information at capecops.com.
When did Monday night turn into a night to not play college basketball?
I don't know, David. You and I grew up, there was this thing called Big Monday.
And it was a big deal.
It really was.
7 and 9 o'clock, ESPN, Big East, Big Ten. Big Ten hated being the late game. Every now and then, the Big Ten game was at 7 and the Big East game was at 9. Now, you can barely get ranked teams playing on a Monday night. Only got one tonight. Houston hosting Baylor. Not a system play. We'll have at least 4, it looks like, tomorrow night. By the way, UCF, a bubble team, they're hosting Iowa State tomorrow night. Want to make the tournament.
And they're a feast or famine team.
They are. They are. But
no hockey.
No.
Wednesday, the Four Nations Cup starts.
Canada, Sweden on Wednesday. U.S. and Finland on Thursday. They're going to alternate between the two networks, too. Turner gets them one night. ESPN gets them another. So, NBA tonight, we got 10 games. None of them nationally televised. Orlando's hosting Atlanta. Can you believe Orlando's only a half a game ahead of Atlanta?
It's crazy. As well as they started, and things got going even when Paolo got hurt, but they're on a bad run right now.
And the Heat, who are in the play-in right now, they're behind the Pistons, albeit by only half a game, but still. The Heat in action tonight, hosting Boston. And for those of you who weren't paying attention over the weekend, the Knicks got to within a game of the Celtics for the 2 seed, Boston last week went to Cleveland and beat the Cavs, and then went to the Garden and smacked the Knicks.
Yep, just a little reminder to everybody in the East that all roads go through Boston.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Did you all get the memo?
Yeah, forget the standings, okay? It's a long season. We get bored from time to time. All right? There are women and alcohol on the road, okay? Things happen. We'll be fine.
Bucks and Warriors on NBA TV at 8 o'clock.
Here's
no
my
Giannis
question.
for Milwaukee. Golden State's a 6.5-point favorite.
Okay. 10:30 tonight, ESPN's televising Utah and the Lakers. Do we think Luka's playing then?
He's supposed to. That was the plan, that he was playing Monday, David.
LeBron didn't play Saturday. So, and he's day-to-day with an ankle injury. Now, I'm reading a preview that says Luka Doncic out. So pay attention. 10:30 tonight, Lakers at home, 12.5-point favorites against Utah. Hey, once again, an NBA game, and you don't know who's playing. Digress. So there you have it. No football till the end of March. And that's only if you're actually going to watch the spring league.
There you go. That's what's happening in the sports world. But I'm with you. I don't understand what happened to college hoop. They had a big thing going on Mondays for a long time. We do get two games. We got an ESPN game. That Clemson, North Carolina game's on ESPN tonight at 7. It's not ESPN's fault that North Carolina stinks.
Here's the funny thing. Will Clemson be the ranked team coming up later today? It's possible. They just beat Duke. They were a bubble team heading into the game.
Miller and Moulton. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. If you missed any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com or any of the usual places to download the podcast. We'll do it all over again tomorrow morning, 6 a.m.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton